You left your pink necklace to help me battle through. Silver and golden doors are what keep me sane. A reminder my love's never died. OMG, a candy cane. I'm a cursed boy, purple dragon, crush and destroy by popping there. And I will eat all Prudence Malik's dead. Crush those that stole my girlfriend. I'm a cursed boy, purple dragon, crush and
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here just trying to get some things wrapped up before I should give myself a longer timer, unfortunately. But anyway, friends, we're here. We're gonna do some coding. I still need to actually tweet out that I'm going to do some coding. So give me a moment here. Yeah, at least screen up. There. Just get the screen up for you guys while I tweet some stuff out here. But welcome on in, everybody. Welcome. Now you can see my. I wonder. This light just not cut it right now. I guess it's a weird. I'm in a weird. Yeah, that's unfortunate. There's just enough of a shadow with the weird lighting outside and my overhead light that you're seeing the bottom corner of my green screen there. Oh well, I'll have to deal with it. But yeah, we're gonna pick up again with the where we left off last night, which is doing the UI portions of wiring up the roles and being able to add moderators and stuff, and then hopefully I'll be able to tie that then right into and roll right into wiring up the chat so that it can show moderator actions for timing out users and other things of that nature, and we'll see how far we can get. Apologies on the late start. I'm still trying to balance out like getting exercise and stuff in on Saturday, and then like because the way like I obviously I sleep in a little bit on the weekends because my sleep has been so bad anyway that the weekends are helping a little bit. But doing that in addition to like I have to have like a breakfast of some kind so that I can, because I got stuff that I have to take, medication and stuff. And then I've switched around to, I used to like hold off on sort of the second meal of the day until like well at nighttime, like until like 8 or 9. I'd go out real fast, get something, and then come back and then do the nighttime stream. And I've tried to change that around now to just kind of get that out of the way in the afternoon, and then just get onto the normal like fasting part of it. And so doing all that plus also getting some exercise in at the same time, which takes me about an hour and so and change. It's been a lot to try to like work around and try to get everything situated and figured out and all that stuff. So I'll keep working on it and see where we end up here. Hopefully we'll get back to a point where I'm actually going live at 3 instead of 4 or whatever, but we'll see. Anyway, but also by not having to rush out to get food at nighttime, it gives me a little more time to stream then, and then I can take a break between this stream and then night stream, and we'll be doing multiplayer stuff with friends as we do. So 1 second here. I've got everything out. Get all the notifications out. I do want to look at Discord stuff here. Just want to clear off, make sure there's nothing crazy going on. Oh, Kester Labs says that I have to log into other platforms again. I have not done that. I just saw that message. Let me see here. 1 second, friend. Settings. Nope. Yeah, it's not signed into Twitch. That. Yo, okay. No, that should be fine now. Alright. That would explain why. I think that must have signed out last night. That's what explained why my alerts didn't go off for Twitch, I guess. But anyway, friends, welcome on in, everyone. What am I? Okay. My screen back over to the other computer. Okay, now I can see what you guys are saying. Awesome. Hope everyone's been having a good weekend so far. A good start to your weekend. And all that stuff. Did I turn the volume down? Yeah, I did. Okay. And hope everything's going well. You're getting all the things accomplished you want to get accomplished. And all that. Or at least are on the path to it. And all those things. That one. Okay. Database is going. Database up. Right now. A little bit bigger for you guys to be able to see. Cool. We added the channel roles table in. I definitely want to add a channel audit table in as well, but we'll get there. Hopefully we'll get there today. See. Our IDE open. All right. So I need to get the settings controller. Settings, basic settings. Oh no, it's dashboard. That's right. Dashboard. Your dashboard controller. Cool. So we got add, manage, emotes. We gotta do more with the managing emotes and all that stuff. Still have to do more with that. And I might want to start breaking this controller up into smaller ones. Most likely. But we'll see. I think I do want to break it up into smaller ones, but for right now we can keep on rolling with what we've got. So the dashboard, so it goes to the dashboard landing page. So landing page. That's that one. Manage emote. I gotta look for navigation. That's okay. So manage emotes there. The next one's going to be manage roles. dashboard nav tech roles is what I'll call it, but I don't know what I'm going to actually call it. I'm going to make so. What do I want to call it? I guess you'd call it roles. User role. Yes. Yes. Stay there. Okay. That's the roles. And then, let's go in for under fragment. Here we go. Dash. Then you know what? Let's grab this guy. And roll. Okay. Dashboard tech. Manage emote. Okay. Dashboard tech. Manage role. I gotta change that here. That in over here. Like so. Rid of this form at the top. Hard button. So yeah, I think I can keep it as a card. And we'll just say next roll. Add new. I don't know if I want to say add new role or assign user to role. I think we'll say assign new user the role and text role update role and manage existing user. All right, so this will be a new role, and then I want to do another. I want to do another card. Maybe. Hey, Outlaw. Welcome on in. How you doing, sir? Maybe this table inside of a card. Maybe. Let's see here. Do this. And push this table under there. Close up it. What does this do? I close out the content. Okay. And then we'll make this the manage the roles here. Good busy day. There you go. Roll. Okay. This one, say dashboard. Roll. Header actions. And then dashboard, roll, header. User. And, so. Yeah, have to show what permissions they have. And I guess I'll just break down the permissions by have each one on a different column. So dashboard, roll, header, cap one capital letter there for the keys. User, moderator. Header. Artist. over here. Actions. Hmm. Oh, header. User. Excuse me. Dashboard, role, header, moderator. Editor. Artist. I'll probably want. Probably want another column that says like when their last action was performed. I don't know if that would that makes any difference. It might or it might not, I guess. But I don't know if that needs to be on the front page of this here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. So I want this is the actions here. Is user in in panel Yes, just roll. Well, no, I guess there's a channel roles. The dashboard. Dashboard, remove user roles. Remove user role. Remove button. Move user role. Move user as remove user. I guess that's clear enough. Move user. ID would be it. User dot roll target user ID and confirm dashboard role confirm remove user role use store wish remove user and all. That there. Okay. This would be user, to get the username and stuff. It'll be like their display name. Yeah, I'll have to look up. I'll have to grab the user's details on their display name and stuff. But we'll get there. We'll get there. And moderator, what do I want to do? I want to just show it as a check. So I guess I would just put that and huge if user moderator then do and do and I guess need a check mark if I check. All right, figured that was the case, but I'm gonna make sure. Oh. User moderator. Could do it as just screen check and then no check if they're not a moderator. Yeah, I guess that's Let's simplify it for myself here. Moderator. Okay. That's the user role. I'm doing good. I'm doing pretty good. Unfortunately, it is raining like crazy outside. I haven't been able to get outside, but I was able to do some exercises inside here for an hour. So I at least got something in. Something is better than nothing in most cases, I guess. Yeah, no, it's been okay. It's been okay so far. No complaints. Ooh. Oh, goodness. Oh. And all kinds of, like, all kinds of, sore and stiff and everything, but otherwise doing all right. I wonder, yeah, I have a flood warning just got issued. That sounds about right. What would it be for this week? I'm kind of curious here. 10-day forecast. Mostly sunny, except for Wednesday and Thursday. 50% chance of rain. It looks like today they're saying 46. Tomorrow 50, and then basically it's 55 the rest of the week until next weekend, when it's going to go up to 61 and into the next week. That is fantastic. Looking like it's going to be a good week for me to just get out there and do my thing. That'll be good, especially towards the end with 60s. Even with the 50% chance of rain on Wednesday and Thursday, I probably can. Unless in the morning, I could probably sit there and get to it before it starts. So that's all good stuff. So I'm looking forward to that, and just trying to get on the just get that routine going for now, because that's making a huge difference. Even this past week, where I haven't had enough of an opportunity to get out there, it's still working. I was this morning I was 347, which is really good. It means that I haven't gone down anything yet, but I haven't gone up, which is a very good sign, indeed. So that's good. And then I just have to, once I get to like walking every single day next week, hopefully, doing my 3 miles a day, then that should start to kick my metabolism back in, and hopefully lose a bunch more there. And then like this week coming is going to be my basically 1 month check-in. See what I'm going to be, how much I've lost in a month and stuff. So hoping to have good news on that front. I mean, it's good news right now. I'm hoping that it's even better news once I'm actually out there burning some calories. So that will be swell. And now also now my head is back out of work and back into like managing everything else. I have to actually get some appointments set up with these doctors and try to get to the bottom of some of this stuff. I'm really, really hoping that I can get an appointment with like the sleep specialist really soon, because I feel like if I can solve the sleep stuff, that's going to go a long way towards me like really starting to get on the road to the health again, because it's been like 6 or 7 years now where my sleep has just not been good at all, and it's about time to get that all straightened out, you know? Because I mean, honestly, 6 or 7 years ago, I probably should have pulled the plug on it and started getting that together. And I had thought about taking a sleep study for a long time. It's just having to go through having to convince the doctor to allow for it and all that stuff. This time around, getting a new doctor, she was like, immediately she's like, well, we're going to get all kinds of tests, so you want a sleep study too while you're out there? I was like, yeah, sure. You know, great. You know, I didn't have to like even ask. She just asked me. It was like, we're already going to poke and prod you, so let's why not? What's one more thing, you know? Your doc wants to do a sleep study too. I haven't done it. So as I've said, the sleep study itself is miserable. It's 3 nights of just having crap on your face. So it'll probably be the worst 3 nights of sleep you've ever had, even if you're having bad sleep as it is. But if it ultimately leads to stuff getting fixed, then it's just worth it. Exciting. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, my biggest complaint with that was they give you this battery powered device, right? Which is great. We're on the right track. You know, it's battery powered. You just charge it up and, you know, you leave it on your nightstand. But then all of the devices that connect to that device, so the stuff you have to wear on your face, the stuff you have to wear on your chest and on your finger and everything, none of that is wired. Right? So it's like, sure, you've got this battery powered wireless device sitting on your nightstand, but now you've got all these wires connected to you, so you can't move or toss and turn at all without that thing flying off the nightstand and hitting the floor, or worse yet, flying off and hitting you in the head. You know, it's like someone they kind of got there, they didn't quite get there. You know, it's like we've got the modern marvels of Bluetooth devices, and you're telling me you couldn't spend the extra for you got a battery powered base device, and you're telling me you couldn't spend the extra to get like Bluetooth monitoring equipment so that you could at least you wouldn't have all these wires attached to you constantly. You know what I mean? It's just funny to see where where the money where the corners were cut in the budget, you know. And it's 3 devices. Even if you could get 2 of those devices to be wireless, it would still be an improvement, right? Because first of all, they have you wear something around your chest, your upper chest, which I still don't know what that's supposed to do. The way it was explained in the manual is that it tries to it measures the rising and falling of your chest, which I guess is fine. I mean, I don't know. I don't see how that's doing anything. The other thing, which makes perfect sense, is a thing you put on your finger to measure your pulse. It's a pulse oximeter. You put it on your finger and it measures your pulse and it measures your blood oxygen content. Now that makes perfect sense. And then they have a thing that it's like right below, like it's a tube, a clear tube with holes in it. It's right below your nose and right above your mouth. And it's got little things that come out of it so that it can measure as you breathe. The air either goes in the top from your nose or the bottom from your mouth, and it measures how much you're doing from either of those. And that also makes a semblance of sense to have, but that's also like probably the most problematic of the 3 because it has a tendency to like sort of ride up a little bit, and so you're breathing really well through your nose, and all of a sudden now it moves up a little bit, and now you're whistling. You get that nose whistle going, and you end up waking yourself up because your nose is whistling because you're wearing this freaking ridiculous thing. So like part of me wonders like how many people take the sleep study and come out without without needing any kind of, they're not severe, they're not moderate to severe. Like they're just low, because it feels like the device itself creates some problems along the way. But still, I would say, I mean, as annoying as it was, I still think it was a good thing because it's gotten the ball rolling on maybe hopefully doing something with that. Now, whether or not a CPAP machine will help me or not is another story. I have no idea. Because I feel like I have sort of 2 problems. I have one is the sleep apnea, but the other one is just general pain as well. And we could probably solve the sleep apnea thing, but I don't think that's necessarily going to solve the general aches and pains. Right? Where as a kid I could sleep, 10, 11, 12 hours, but as an adult, if I go beyond 7 hours of sleep, I start to really hurt. Right? It's not so much, you kind of toss and turn a little bit more because you're trying to find a comfortable spot, but then you realize very quickly there are no comfortable spots because you're just hurt at that point. Like everything just hurts. And your only option really is to get up and either sit in the chair and fall asleep for a little bit longer, or just get up and just move around and just start your day, I kind of feel like I have like a double whammy in there somewhere. But if this CPAP machine would fix like the first 6 hours of sleep, then that's in and of itself probably fantastic. Yeah. And then, not getting a full 8 hours, I mean, it'll just have to be what it'll have to be at that point. If I could get like 6 like high quality hours, I think that would make a world of a difference. At least I hope it. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I have that down there, and then this one would be the add emote would be add new role. Huh. We're gonna have a channel role model. And I don't need it to be multi-part. We're not uploading things. And really all I need, well, I just need some checkboxes and a text field. The text field would be the user to add. Would like to have a lookup field. Well, wonder if I can. So in HTMX, I can look up things. Swapping. Target. Oh, that's right. I could throw the HTMX right on the input field and have it trigger on the up, like what they do right here, with a delay changed. The live search, yeah, they have a live search example. And then here they load the results into the search results, yeah, which is basically what I'd want. And then I want you to be able to select that div. But actually, I think it would be a good idea to just have a library to do rather than doing it myself. It's going to look like crap if I do it myself, but if I use a library to do it, it might not be so bad. I think we got wrap, or no, was it select? That what it is? I think so. Yeah, I think this is the one. Just start. I want to do a automatic control. Here's some options in remotely sourced Ajax Select 2. Select 2 controls that receive their data from an Ajax source using available for selected item added to control. Type yet. So it just sets the data, whatever. Dynamic option creation. New option. See, that's the one nice thing about this too, is they have the concept of tagging as well, which will be really good later on. How does the Ajax support built-in using jQuery's Ajax method? And search for repositories using GitHub's API. Okay. Let's do Ajax URL, create type JSON. Your house select to search for remote data using Ajax objects. Select to will pass any options in Ajax object to jQuery's Ajax function. What? Issue a request to the specified URL when the user opens the control. So I actually don't even need HTMX for this. I can just use select to for it. Be good. Unless there's a minimum input length, which I definitely want. Every time user types in the search box, but default will send the following as query string parameter. Term, the current search term, Q contains the same content term. Type, a request type will use the query but changes to query append for paginated request. Okay. Page, the current page number of the request only sent for paginated infinite scrolling search. So, might issue a request that looks like repositories terms, so type query, use style, okay. Sometimes you may need to add additional query parameters to the request. You can modify the parameters that are sent with the request by overriding the Ajax data. Oh, I see. So instead of using the internal these, I can specify my own query params here, which is probably better anyway, because I'll need an ID, channel ID, which I guess technically I'll have the channel ID. Because it'll be the current user who's doing stuff, it'll be their chat. So I probably won't need that, but it would be nice to just send in my own parameters here. Use Ajax, process the results option, transform data returned by your API into a format expected to. Top level key the response object from items to a result. Result data. Default selections may include an option for each selection that contains the value and text to be displayed. Okay, fine. Select 2 supports pagination for remote data sources out of the box. Use this feature. Remote data source must be able to respond to paginate requests. Okay. You must tell Select 2 to add any necessary pagination parameters to request by overriding Ajax data setting. Okay. Right. Well. This is the jQuery is or the JSON it's expecting back for a result. So that's good. Pagination more. Rate limiting requests. You can tell Select 2 to wait until the user has finished typing a short term before triggering the Ajax request. Simply use the Ajax delay. So how long to wait until after a user has stopped typing before sending the request? Okay, we'll definitely want that. Dynamic URLs. There's a single URL for search results. You can call function and determine what URL to use. You can specify callback. Generate the URL. Okay. Alternative transport methods. Use a transport method defined in Ajax transport. Then request your API. By default, this transport method is jQuery Ajax, but can be easily overridden. Okay. You custom options that Select 2 are set up. All options passed to Ajax will be directly passed to $Ajax function. Okay. So I could tell it to do a type post then, I imagine. That not it. Data. Ajax. Here's they have an example here, which is good. That's the data, that's the delay, the data type is JSON, URL. This doesn't matter if it comes in as a get. This is good. Yeah, I like this. Let's do what I need to do. I'm guessing I don't need to process the results as long as I bring the Ajax back how it's expecting. With ID and text there. I mean, that's easy enough to do. Okay, well, let's do that. Definitely want.
Starting with green, and going to blue.
Can I bring this down in?
Thousands of combinations and variations, shades and hues. That is a blue-green.
In my other thing here, they have a. They publish this to Node or NPM, I mean. Yes, deliver. But, I don't want to pull it from a CDN. I want to pull it. What's the name of the site? I'm just calling it Hex for right now. Because I'm really bad at naming things. I wanted it to be a one-word name that wasn't too difficult to remember. And I tried to make it something that you could have a theme off of it, you know. Hence the like hexagon here in the logo. But you could have like I could maybe commission an artist to like have an anthropomorphic hexagon as the site's, you know, mascot kind of thing. So I wanted something that I could build off of a little bit. But yeah, that's what it's called right now. Oh, it is. Select view on NPM. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so it is up here. 410 RC0. And 0. Huh? What did they say they were up to over here? Oh, oh, that is the latest. 2021, huh? Okay. 410 release time at 0. Alright. So be it. Hey, Tech, how's it going? With you. It's going good with me. I'm doing good. Right now. Kind of doing my thing, you know, as I do. So NPMI select. Okay, so if I nope. Not yet. Thing it here. Oh, it's no. Alright, so NPMI. What? Oh, I did a. There's. I have to run it. Oh. No, it's right there. Oh, never mind. Cool. So we should see things have changed here. Refresh. JSON. Yep, select view 410 RC0. That is correct. Package block. Same thing. Awesome. Okay. Now I gotta initialize it. Where we at? More about AI stuff, making vids and more on YouTube vids. And man, are doing better than streamed vids. There you go. Nice. That's really good. So the videos that you're doing, are you just generating the videos with AI, or are you showing how to, or are they just like how-to videos on like how to use AI and how to best, work with it and stuff? Teams. Oh, 4.1. PM package managers. Oh, here we go. So I want to do I select to Bootstrap 5 to Slash. Cool. Just full AI vids, your idea come with it, and then you use AI to write the script, and you take it to another to make the video and stuff from the script. Okay, cool. That's awesome. I thought that's what you had said before. I just wanted to make sure in my head that I had it right. Well, that's awesome. So yeah, it's the new interesting thing, right? The AI stuff. And it's only getting better. There's a lot of money being tossed around in there. Yes. Blur text. No, I need that to be. Under here, so let's go blur. New file, manage role. Yes. Yeah, okay. All right, that's good. So I want to down here. Gonna be a got samples here now. Okay, then. Okay, so I just need what class, blah blah blah, and then that. Okay. Few days, one vid is at almost 1,000 views. So if any beat 10,000 ones you made 10 years ago, it's a win. Yeah, I mean, that, like I said, is pretty awesome. Like, have all that, be able to put the AI to work and have it do a lot of the heavy lifting. Great. So, do in here. So roll user. And then this would be a select control ID would be user sure. With your key and error class on it. I guess technically there could be because you could force it to be something that's not. No. Do that. The field would be the ID, so the target user ID, I think. Okay, that will work once I do the there's no, I could work around. I could work around the problem that I just thought about. And we'll just have switches here. So for that one, like this, I start with 1 or 2 sentence line. The AI makes a few paragraphs. I take that, put it into a video maker. It breaks up into chunks to read, and then can take its ideas, expand, and redo them, and then go through editing that with your wife. I let her go through, check the videos I pick ones based on what's in each group of words. Sometimes the one vid made in an hour. Oh, that's good. I mean, if people are watching it and enjoying it, then why not, right? It's all about providing the entertainment. I mean, it was kind of like that. Like I could see there being, I think one interesting thing that I think is untapped right now, at least a little bit untapped right now, is the got your channel back up, kind of dead. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's I think one of the untapped things right now is being able to have something akin to like a virtual dungeon map. I know there's games that have tried it. I know there was a game that had like an AI, I don't know if it was a large language model or not, but it would generate like stories and stuff. Well, what would be really, really interesting, and I think the really next thing of it would be, there was I'm thinking of on Mixer, there was a channel that had a game that was playing that was completely interactive from chat. So it was like an RPG that was running, and in chat you would, like every so often it would say like, type a command, what commands you want to do. You had it, yeah. And you ran it for a while. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there was one that there was a channel that was running that was like running some custom one that was like an old school RPG thing. That I remember. It had, visuals and stuff like that, like CRT visuals and things. And like the chat could participate in certain ways, like with certain actions. It was a full run solo game, ran on its own. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah. That was really interesting. It would be interesting if they combine that with the large language model stuff now. where instead of just typing simple commands in chat, like chat could actually type some more complicated things and actually participate more in the story, you know, via whatever they're typing, and have it dynamically change and alter to kind of accommodate these like wacky instructions that might be coming in, you know. I think that would be the next interesting thing to happen. Have it be like answer the question to make a move or make something odd. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of thinking like it's almost like you're sitting around a table in a D&D session and you're saying, you know, what you want the character to do next, try to solve the problem, solve the issue. Obviously you'll have a lot of people who are trying to derail it, but you put like some sort of system in place to kind of more highly weight the suggestions from the chat that are more in the spirit of role-playing the world. That might be an interesting one. You know what I mean? Like have that sort of back and forth kind of thing. And have it, you know, it'll have a set story that it tells, but the outcomes would be different based on how you got to that outcome. And maybe those outcomes would be dynamically generated or something like that. The customer service bot and redo it to be like the game master. Yeah. Every 5 minutes it says that you know, you have to every 5 minutes it says you owe more money. Right? Or it tries to offer you, you know, a coupon for an additional month of service, or tries to upsell you on something. That would be interesting too. Yeah. I mean, if you were to combine that with something that generated the visual of the world, so instead of it just being like a purely text-based thing, like whatever actions you say and whatever path you take, the world starts to change based on that. You know, you start to see the world being generated and stuff like that. That would be even more interesting. Right. For a low price of a tier 3 sub, you can have the Master Sword for 3 minutes. Oh, it's funny. I noticed. I guess they made this change a while back. I just happened to notice it this time around. They've Twitch has buried the Prime subscription button now. You have to click on subscribe, and then you have to click on enhance your subscription, and then it's a tiny little checkbox at the very top of that screen that's, you know, almost indistinguishable from the background. Meantime, all the buttons that say, like, you know, tier 2 sub, tier 3 sub, all stand out immediately and draw your eyes to them, and you'd almost miss the Prime sub checkbox at the top. That's pretty hilarious. They're getting to a point where that's just going to go away entirely. They're slowly making it more and more difficult to get there. Because they know, because that's the thing, right? Like they know if they remove Prime subs entirely, it's going to cause a huge uproar. But if they bury it more and more and more, they could say, oh no, we still offer this. You just got to go find it. And less people are going to go through the effort of finding it. So either they'll just start subscribing normally, or I suppose not subscribing at all. And then they can quietly one day say, oh, well, no one's using Prime subs anymore, aka because it's buried under 92 Windows. So we can now take that away. Which is so weird because they still make money from it. Why bury it? Well, so Twitch is making money from it technically. Amazon is not. And Amazon is the one that's, I think, getting really rammy. You know what I mean? About all this stuff. Because one of the things that I've seen throughout pretty much all tech companies is every CEO who wasn't a founder of the company or wasn't there from its early beginnings, anyone that's been brought in to replace a CEO by the board almost always has some secret marching order, and you never really know what those secret marching orders are until they suddenly start making changes. So I think what's happening now is they got rid of Emmett Shear and they brought in what's his face now. And I think his marching orders, his secret quote unquote marching orders, are to be the hatchet man. He's the guy who's going to be very unpopular internally with Twitch employees because he's the one that's going to be firing a lot of people, cutting corners, ejecting stuff from the platform, trying to get the expenses down as much as he possibly can to make Amazon a little bit happier about what's going on there, right? But in reality, he's just trying to he's the one that's going to try to get everything down as low and as cheap and as quote unquote cost effective as he possibly can. And then the board will probably come in and replace him with another CEO. And that next CEO will be the one whose secret marching orders are to sell the company. Do whatever it takes to make the company look as awesome as possible, so that we can sell it. And usually those guys have some kind of inside track somewhere. They're well known, amongst investors and all that stuff. So, in my opinion, if in 2 to 3 years time, we suddenly see the current CEO get replaced, that to me will be the sign for everybody to really start having a backup plan, because you don't know who's going to pick up Twitch. It's not to say that it's going to be a bad thing. It might end up being a really good thing. But it might be time to make sure all your eggs are not in one basket. Just in case it ends up being a not great transition. Because if they do bring in another CEO, I'm almost 100% positive that that's going to be the one who's trying to sell the company off to someone else. Because Amazon's gotten what they wanted out of Twitch, right? They got the IP they wanted. They got their AWS video stuff that they wanted. And Twitch now is more a liability than a boon. the Amazon vote, right? Because it has a tendency to be in the news for the wrong reasons. So yeah, the money saver man, it cuts the fat out from the waste to make it better. Yep. That's my thought. That's kind of what I've seen in the past with other technology companies, is that that's kind of what they do. And once you've seen it like 2 or 3 times happen, it's like it becomes very obvious what's going on. But we'll see. We'll see how that shapes up. Because again, Twitch is so big, huge, enormous that even if Amazon did sell them off to someone else, there's going to be quite some time after that sale before really big changes happen, because immediately anyone that buys Amazon's or buys Twitch is going to see an immediate benefit to pretty much everything that they're doing, because they're going to have so many built-in viewers and to their platform, and so much revenue already damn near guaranteed, at least for a little while there. But we'll see. We'll see. I think we're still years away from that kind of thing. I'd be very surprised if it was any sooner than maybe 3 years, at least. And I think that would be like something in the space would have to change drastically for that 3 years to even be a thing, like if live space suddenly took off or something like that, which it definitely has the potential to, but they really need to, the problem with all the up-and-comers right now is no one has figured out yet how to retain viewers, how to bring viewers in and retain them. Because we all suspected in the Mixer days, paying for high-priced streamers wasn't going to retain viewership on the site. It would bring them in for that streamer, but then they would all leave. And some of that we saw in the Mixer days. Kick went and pretty much confirmed our suspicions on that, because that's exactly what's going on over on Kick right now. They beat that horse to death pretty much. So the question is, what else? Like, how do you do that? That's because it's not a feature thing, right? Same issue with Kick. It's all streamers working. Exactly. It's not a, like, as much as I want to say, like, the platform with the most features is the one that's going to win. That's not really the case, because a lot of those features just, I think there's a lot of comfort in features, like, oh, I know I got raids over on Twitch, and I've got this, and I've got this set up, and I got that set up, and I got my emotes and everything. There's a lot of comfort in that if you go to a service that has all that same stuff, right? But it doesn't translate to viewers hanging out, and that's, I wish that SharePlays would understand that. I don't think SharePlays understands that. The one that can break the code to know what works in holding people for longer times at their site. Exactly. Because SharePlays is going down that path of if we build it, they'll just come. And that's not true, right? And I mean, it's gotten to incomprehensible levels almost with SharePlays. Like right now, they're like, oh, we just rolled out this other feature. Now we're going to start working on a partner program. And I'm like, you guys haven't even opened your site yet to everybody, right? Like you're still in beta and you're haven't accepted everybody into beta yet. You haven't fully opened your site up to let anybody stream on there without having to sign up first. And you're already talking about a partner program? Like, what are you thinking? Right? It's like someone's just going through the lists and they're not thinking about like they're assuming that if they just build all this stuff, like people will just come there, and it's like it's not how that works. Blemish ring a bell. Yeah, I mean, to an extent there as well, but I mean, for all the negatives I could say about Glimish, one of the positives about it was that they had the balls to actually launch. Right? Like, they didn't have a full suite of features yet. They had the very basic feature, right? And they said, all right, we'll just launch with these, and then we'll keep on rolling with that. What I'm seeing SharePlays do is they held back for a while. Now they've launched kind of a soft launch in beta. Their site is still kind of a mess. Like you can't, it's hard to see who's live and who's not live. It's, once you get to the live streams, you're good. Like their chat works pretty well and the live streams themselves are low latency. But just getting to that point is a slog. The site is kind of mess. It's just weird, right? They make it complete, they'll win, and it's way more than that. They started, had it running with a great group of people, and it's like, yeah, exactly. But Glimish had the same issue, which is the same issue that Trovo has, and the same issue that DLive has, and the same issue that Rumble has, and all that, and that is, how do you get people to know that you exist? Like there was a VTuber site that just shut down that I didn't even know existed. It was like VTube Live or something, and they just shut down. I'm like, what? I didn't even hear about this thing. And I'm actively looking around for things to see what's going on. Like I know about like Noise and other sites that people probably haven't even heard of, right? And I've never heard of this site, and they shut down already. I'm like, right? Like, how do you, like, you gotta get you gotta get your name out there for all the right reasons and not the wrong reasons. Low kick. And then you gotta figure out ways to like keep the audience engaged. Because the problem is, even though YouTube and Twitch are not the best user experiences around, they're the most familiar user experience. Right? And viewers are sometimes lazy. They're used to one thing, and they're just going to keep on consuming that one thing until something else draws them away. And the question is, how do you do that? How do you draw them away and say, no, actually, we don't have all the same stuff that Twitch has. We don't have all the same stuff that YouTube has. But what we have is better. And you're going to have more fun over here. You're going to be more entertained over here. first person, the first site that figures out how to do that is going to go place. It's just, what is that? What does that look like? You know what I mean? And that's a big question. It's a question that I have no answers to, because I'm looking at it from a technical perspective, right? And I'm like, as a developer, I'm just like, well, I'll just keep building features, right? It was the same thing on Glimesh. I'll just keep building features, and hopefully one of those things will help, right? But I'm not a hashtag monkey, right? I can't go out and do the socials and bring the people in. You know, someone else with a personality and a plan is going to have to do that. I'm just the code monkey, you know? Exactly, Outlaw. I'm not the hashtag monkey, I'm the code monkey, right? I'm not the PowerPoint monkey, I'm not the spreadsheet monkey. I just do code. You know? So it's what it comes down to, right? And there are people who do that stuff who are really good at that stuff. And that's what you need. You need them to come in, and you need to be able, and you need to listen to them. That's the thing that, you know, that's where Glimesh failed, is it had a lot of people come in who could do those things, but they were not heard. You know, they were not, their voices did not amount to anything. And it's difficult because you need a good community manager. Like I think it's night and day when you look at Livespace. Like their community management has been really good, and because their community management has been really good, they're consistently, you know, 20 to 30 or more live streams going on that site consistently, no matter the time of the day. And their site's undergoing a lot of changes. You know, they're constantly changing things. You see the changes happening. You know, they're trying something different, which is exciting in and of itself, right? They're not bowing to the usual way of doing things. You know, for every 20 people that comes in and says, we want to see the number of viewers on the thumbnail, and they're going, nah, that's not, we're going to do it differently. That number is meaningless. And it's completely meaningless. That number exists only to make the advertisement team's jobs easier, right? Because they can just say, potential advertisers for the site, see, look how many viewers we have. Doesn't matter that they're all bots, but look how many viewers we have, you know? They also haven't let a bad taste of general people that stopped in, unlike others. So, sure. That's also true. Although, I mean, they have their detractors too. There's been a few people who've come in and are, you know, bad mouthing the place. I mean, you're going to get them no matter what you do. Like, it's the internet. Every time you do anything on the internet that's even remotely creative, there's going to be somebody who wants to shit on your parade, right? You know, like, I mean, that's just an unfortunate fact of life. But it's as for all the good they're doing, they need to figure that other piece out, you know, which is the retain viewers. And I'm excited for what they're doing. I'm excited for the mobile thing that they're doing. And I'm excited for the interactive piece that they're coming up with. Because it's got one of the best things that Beam did was have their interactive stuff almost from the beginning. Like that was the funny thing about Mixer. Like when Mixer was Beam and I first found the site, they were highly touting their interactive features. And it was so new and so off the wall that I looked at it and I was like, I don't know why this is here. Like what is this thing? This seems weird. And for a long time I didn't stream on there. I was like, it's all like, the front page is just like Minecraft streams. That's it. There's nothing else going on here. I'll keep this on the list and I'll just come back to it later. And I regret that because, when I came back to it later, it was maybe like 3 months before they became Mixer. And by that point they had really established themselves and they were really doing well. Like they were really growing and stuff. And I could have been on there much earlier than I was. Like I had made an account like I usually do to make sure no one else, sits on it. But I didn't actually stream on there until well into their lifespan. But at that point, when I came back to it and I started to see how people were using the interactive feature and the interactive buttons and stuff, then it started to click like, ooh, okay, this is something new and different. And I'll never forget that they were the first ones to come up with channel point. Like people will look at Twitch and channel points to go, oh, this, this is the best thing ever. There's interaction here, nobody else does it this way. It's like, you have to kind of remind them like, Twitch wasn't the first one to do that. Mixer actually did that well before Twitch did. And Twitch kind of stole it, stole the idea a little bit there. Because on Mixer you had XP and stuff. I mean, it wasn't really, I don't think they called it points, but there was like an XP thing and all that stuff. And yeah, it's a lot of people just don't realize that Twitch wasn't the first one to do that. And when the biggest player in town starts mimicking the features that you have, you're on to something, right? I'm kind of waiting for Twitch to look at LiveSpace and LiveSpace to have something that Twitch is like, oh, we're gonna do that now. Because LiveSpace has got that whole social media section too, which is actually pretty brilliant because it allows you to stay relevant even when you're not streaming. You can make posts and all that stuff and over there and read people's posts and respond and everything. So you're still active even when you're not streaming, which could be the thing that brings more viewers over too. Like if viewers realize that they could, interact with their streamers, even when they're not live like that. But they don't emphasize it enough, I don't think. And I don't think the viewers understand. It's one of those things that it's so different from everything else out there that I don't think anyone really understands it yet. I think once it clicks on people's brains, it becomes they're like, oh, well, this is, how could I, this is fantastic. This is great, or not. I mean, it depends on the person, but I think maybe that's along the way of kind of getting viewers to come over and stay. They just need more of that. They need more things that are just gonna kind of make that happen, Hell, I wouldn't fault them at all if they pulled a Mixer Channel 1 deal, right? Where you had the that one channel that would jump between the various battle royale games that were nearing their completion. I think the one really sad part about that whole situation with that was I wish that had been a thing that they could have expanded to other genres. You know, like, hey, we have maybe we can highlight someone's getting to the end of you can almost do like a red zone thing, right? Like someone's getting towards the end of a game. We'll just show you whatever that game is. They're getting towards the end of it, yeah. That would have been pretty hilarious. Or even just take one genre of game and be like, all right, there's a new game coming out. Let's have one channel that will cycle between all the streamers playing that game every X number of minutes, you know? So every half an hour or whatever, we'll show a new streamer who's also streaming that particular game. Now, obviously, there will be people who try to game the system. I mean, that's always going to happen, but you could then do what Mixer did and have commands in chat that would allow people to vote on moving to the next stream or staying on the current stream for the full length, you know? So there's kind of ways you can sort of mitigate some of that too. I mean, all that stuff would be really interesting things. I never understood that particular part of LiveSpace. Why have another social media platform with Twitter and Instagram? What's LiveSpace doing to change that? Does streamers post to LiveSpace, Twitter, Instagram, and other platforms, or is LiveSpace one post for all? Right now it's separate. I would love to see them integrate their posts with like some other platforms like Instagram and Blue Sky. I don't think they'll integrate with Twitter because Twitter costs too much to integrate with anymore. But I would love to see them expand that to where you post in one spot and then it posts elsewhere, because I think that would be a good thing all around. Right now they don't have that. But what it does is, even though your posts are only on LiveSpace, what it does is it gives you another means to interact with viewers who are not there or have missed your live stream, right? Like, one of the biggest problems that we all have as streamers is, how do we advertise ourselves to people without pissing people off? Right? Like, you can't really advertise yourself on Reddit because there's a lot of rules around that, and you end up just getting slapped down and you know, knocked to the side. You can kind of advertise yourself on Twitter and Instagram. It's difficult, but you can do it. You more likely can advertise yourself on TikTok with a small video, but there's a lot of statistics that say that those small videos do not really translate to people moving over to watching your live stream, which is kind of the irony of TikTok, right? Like the conventional wisdom is release, YouTube Shorts, release TikTok Shorts, and get your name out there, get your channel out there, and people will come over and watch you. And in reality, the situation is, people who want to watch a live stream are going to be looking for live streams. People who just want to watch short form TikTok videos are just going to watch short form TikTok videos. They're just going to scroll right on by. They might, occasionally someone might come over, but it's so exceedingly rare that it's like hitting the lottery. Now there are examples of people who put out shorts on YouTube and stuff who did get popular on their streams. Like Pirate Software is a good one. But again, he struck lightning, right? He's talking about a lot of times programming and working for large companies and all that stuff. And he's got a lot of hot takes that are good takes. You know, they're hot takes, but they're good takes. They give you insight into either game development or into software development industry in general. And so he's genuinely interesting. And so, yeah, he's seen more people kind of come over from the YouTube shorts and start to watch his streams. It's a 1 in a million thing though, right? He hit the lottery on that. He hit the jackpot on that. Most people don't see any kind of translation from one to the other, at least from the numbers that have been coming out, right? So by having this little social media posting thing, which again is something YouTube has like a posting stuff, but YouTube doesn't surface it correctly. It only surfaces it to subscribers, which doesn't really help you promote yourself. But when you have an entire platform where everyone who signs up gains access to these social posts, and these posts are then also shown on the homepage and stuff like that, you know, the popular posts and stuff, now it becomes a billboard, right? Now you can start to see, you're starting to see streamers that you maybe wouldn't have seen before, right? Maybe they're on at times that you weren't watching or whatever, and you're starting to interact with people. You can now interact with them and see what kind of personality they have, see what's going on there. And it just becomes another way of sort of, it's a better way of promoting yourself than VODs, right? Everybody and their grandmother wants VODs. And it was one of those things that we've fought against with Glimish doing VODs, because the person who wants to watch a VOD is not the same person who wants to watch a live stream. You know, most times, 9 times out of 10, if someone's watching a VOD, it's because the person that they're watching is not live right now. And they have no one else on their list that they really want to watch at the moment, right? It's a replacement for it, not a, it's a substitute for it, not a replacement for it, not a substitute for it, right? If you're live, they would rather watch it live. Now, the problem with that is time zones. Time zones suck. Time zones have always sucked. Time zones will continue to suck into the future, right? So if you work a normal job, or if you work a day job and you can only do streams at nighttime, right? You're heavily limited to who you can attract, right? Because your audience has to be up and about, right? So you've got your time zone and the immediate time zones around you, but you don't have, probably most of the world is asleep, right? How do you then promote yourself to the people who are not around in your same time zone, but maybe they would want to come over, and maybe occasionally you are streaming at a time, like maybe on the weekends or something, that they would be able to see you, right? Well, VODs aren't going to do it, because those people are not there to watch VODs. They're here to watch live stream, right? So what's the next thing you could do? Social media posts are getting there, right? That might help. And so having that on the platform helps quite a bit, because now that's promoting your channel when you're not live. And now maybe someone will see your posts, and maybe they'll go over and maybe they'll look at your, like a VOD for a little bit, just to get an idea of what you're like if you're not live, right? And then maybe that will translate to something. It's a lot of maybes, but I like that they're doing something different, right? They're trying something a little bit new. will it ultimately work? I don't, like, that's the hard part, is like, what is actually going to work, you know? But I like that they're willing to kind of try stuff out, and the stuff that they're trying out has not been crazy off the wall stuff, like, which sometimes tries things out, and you look at yourself, you look at what they're trying out, and you go, what the hell were they thinking? Right? I haven't had that feeling from anything that LiveSpace has tried out, except maybe some layout stuff. I think LiveSpace has started to really clean up their layout a bit, and they're squeezing a lot more in, which I like now. But there have been some layout changes, particularly around, like, I think one of the things that they've kind of always faltered on is not showing you who you follow who's live on the site. There's a way to see it, but they mix in people that you don't follow into that list as well, which I understand where they're coming from, because they're trying their best to promote everybody wherever they can. But at the same time, it starts to make you less confident in what you're seeing on there. You're not as confident that you're seeing only the people you follow. You're just seeing whatever their internal algorithm decided to spit out at you, right? So there's a confidence thing there that I think they need to fix. I think they need to just have a following section that you can look at that's only your followers and nothing more than your followers, and kind of have that there. Now, part of me also kind of hates that idea too, because viewers are one of the big problems that we see in larger sites like Twitch, is that viewers go to one or two people and they don't go anywhere else. Like, that's all they do. They view like one or two of the top streamers, and then that's it. They don't go anywhere else. They don't try out other streams. They don't look anywhere else. There's no mobility there. And so I see where they're coming from, where they're like, we're going to suggest you some of these other things too. But I think they need to make that like its own section, like Twitch does it, where it's like, we recommend these channels, or people who watch these channels that you follow also watch these channels, kind of thing. And just make it a dedicated section, just to kind of restore some of that confidence. That when you're looking at who you're following, you're actually looking at who you're following, not just some random stuff. But I applaud them for trying some different things. And I think that's the way to go. Because that is, right now they have small company advantage, right? Where they can come in, they're coming into a space that's dominated by these giants who are very inflexible. Like, you look at how much consternation Twitch goes through every time they change something. You know, they're removing a whole lot of stuff, especially stuff that people like, and they're removing it. And they're pushing other things that nobody wants, you know. Nobody really wants the, what is it, the share together or whatever it is, you know. The thing that only podcasts could ever use and nobody else is going to use, you know, like, you know. You would rather have straight up co-streaming, not the thing that they've come up with, which is kind of a bastardized version of Discord, you know. If even that, and I'm being generous in calling it that, even, right? So Twitch and YouTube are just stumbling over themselves because they can't move. They're not fast movers anymore. So LiveSpace coming in and like kind of making changes, iterating quickly and fast is going to be a benefit if they can make something of it. But again, they just got to figure out how to attract viewers and keep them. As much as Noise is a very niche website, they seem to be tackling that one issue very head on, which is like, all right, viewers come over to our site. The type of viewers we want are the type of viewers who like watching competitive esports. And so they'll come over to our site and immediately they'll have interactive options. They can choose, who's going to, they can bet on who's going to win or who's not. And they have all these different various things that they can do that will interact directly with the viewer or make changes to the actual game that's going on, kind of like a crowd control like thing, and stuff like that. And their ideas, their thoughts are in the right place. It's just they really niched themselves. Right? They painted themselves into a very tiny corner. And if it works out for them, it works out for them. That's great. But a lot of what they're working on, I hope that a more general purpose site like LiveSpace or something will look at some of what they've done and kind of see if they can figure out something similar as a way of bringing in users and giving them stuff to do, giving them new ways of interacting with the streamers, and just kind of building upon that. And also along the way, and this is probably the most important thing, community management. Like, keep on managing the community like they are. Keep on promoting a healthy, happy, helpful community, and not a community that's cutthroat and trying to one up each other. They can keep that going where everyone's trying to help each other out. Everyone's trying to boost each other up and keep everyone going. That would be great. I think that would be fantastic. I mean, there's inevitably you'll get to a point where that's impossible. That's the one shame. That's the one thing that I've found with a lot of stream teams and stuff, is that the stream teams start out all in a very good spot, but eventually you grow to a point where you're no longer able to, where it's much harder to keep the initial not code of conduct, but the initial vibes, I guess, becomes harder and harder as you bring more and more people with differing viewpoints and differing goals and stuff. Keep them all marching to the same drumbeat. But at the same time, it's like a chicken and egg thing. You need your stream teams to get bigger to bring in more people, but you also need them to not get so big that that small subsections are forming and small cliques are forming here and there that aren't necessarily behaving in the spirit of the original spirit of the team, The thing I hate about YouTube is how streamers or content makers get hit for their opinion. But you need someone to be competition to make them clean up their act. Yeah, I mean, YouTube is definitely less forgiving than other sites. YouTube's big issue is that they refuse to. How can I put this? YouTube's big issue is that they have YouTube Kids, right? They have that whole section of like YouTube Kids thing where they're trying to have content that is available to kids. And because of that, they became helicopter parents, right? Where everything now has to be at least somewhat appealing to kids, or or at least be in line with current societal norms, let's say. Just to be neutral. Just to be neutral, I'll say that. And in a way, they would be better off. In a way, they need to be a little bit dirtier, like Twitch, and Twitch needs to be a little bit cleaner. Like you've got two extremes, right? You've got YouTube is way too clean, and Twitch is way too dirty, and there has to be something in the middle, some kind of balance somewhere between the two. And that's, I think that's the big problem with both of them. I think too, the other problem with YouTube is that all their policies were made for recorded content. So they still, despite having live streaming capabilities, they still only consider recorded content as their first-class citizen. So all their policies and everything else are around recorded content. And recorded content has the luxury of being edited, whereas live content does not. And they really need to separate the two things. They really need to make their live content be its own thing. If they ever want to really truly compete with Twitch. Right, exactly, Tech. I mean, a good example of that is, I was playing Cyberpunk 2077, and I knew that there was some nudity in it, but I didn't know if it was egregious nudity or if it was tasteful. And even a chatter, warned me that a certain scene coming up was going to have nudity in it. But I thought, okay, maybe it'll be tasteful, right? And so I left it on, and after the scene was over, I was like, you know what? That was pretty gratuitous. That there was no reason for that scene to be the way that it was. It was there simply to be titillating, quite literally. But at that point, it was done and over with, right? So the only way I could fix that was later on in the next stream to turn the nudity thing off in the game altogether, right? Because you never really know. Because you never really know what level it's going to be. If it's going to be tasteful or artful, then why not? But if it's going to be just, we could do this because we did, like, look how adult we are, then, I'm not interested in that. So things like that, you just, it is what it is. You can't take that back, really. like in one game I was in, it had raw stuff on a TV. It was what when I saw it. Yeah. Exactly. Sometimes you're just blindsided by stuff. And when you have a site that is like super ridiculous about that, it can be really frustrating, especially when, in the case of YouTube, it's not human beings looking at that. It's algorithm. One of the classic examples of that, I uploaded a first impressions video of a video game, and as with all my thumbnails throughout my entire channel, I took a screenshot of the main menu of the game. That was it. It was just the main menu of the game. There was nothing egregious about it. It was just like it was a blue background with shadows of some trees. It had some trees and had some writing. That was it, right? And somehow the algorithm flagged that thumbnail as having inappropriate stuff in it. And I got an email saying your thumbnail has been changed to something else. And so I appealed it, and almost immediately, within like a few hours, I got back from them, your appeal has been accepted. We've restored your thumbnail. Right? Because there was literally nothing wrong with the thumbnail. It was literally just trees. I even described in the thing like what was in the thumbnail. It was shadows of trees and a main menu. But that happens constantly, where it just, all these things are getting flagged that have no business being flagged at all, and really need an adult to look at them, and they don't. They just get out without it. And you're seeing a lot of like long-term YouTubers like hang up their spurs because of a lot of that, because of the algorithm being as terrible as it is. The algorithm giveth and the algorithm taketh away, and the algorithm never explaineth why it giveth in the first placeth, right? And so you're getting people who are just completely burned out of trying to figure out what works and what doesn't work, what's going to be popular, what isn't going to be popular, what's going to get actually published to their subscribers and what isn't going to get published to their subscribers. And YouTube has made it impossible to figure any of that stuff out. And then you add that into that a live stream. Like, it's no wonder that people are like, well, we'll live stream on YouTube, but we're not going to make it our home unless we absolutely have to. There's so many Twitch streamers who are streaming on live stream on YouTube, because they just as an extra way of just kind of getting their VODs out there and stuff without having to do much to do it. And because they're not sure of what the future of Twitch is going to be, because things are changing and and there's no real good answers, Yeah. Right. That's why I tried all the AI stuff for YouTube. It just burned me out every time you turn around and got hit over stupid stuff. Extra layer backup. Yep, exactly. Yeah, so it's it's where YouTube has not shown any interest in live streaming stuff. They've kind of put it there just out of spite. They've put it on their site because they want to compete, but they don't actually want to put the effort in to compete. So far, the AI content is doing good. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see on there. It sucks that we're stuck with like these giants that kind of have turned this thing into something that isn't as fun as it should be. Like I see so many people who have been doing streams and have been doing videos for years and years, and they finally got to a point where they're like, you know what? I can't do this anymore. I'm not, this is just not for me anymore, you know? And we're just losing people constantly who are just giving up on it. And a lot of that I think is just due to just the numbers games being played, you know? Haven't streamed in a few weeks. Yeah. No, I think it's like the numbers games and stuff. It's just, for me, I enjoy, even if I like, I stream, a lot of times I'll stream to no viewers still, right? And I'm fine with that because I just enjoy the process. And I also understand that I'm not, you know, a sexy 20-something with an awesome personality either. I mean, that, you know, that tends to help, right? You know, so I get that. But I enjoy just the act of doing it. I enjoy having a hobby that I don't have to be good at. You know what I mean? Like, you have your day job and you're always like trying to be the best there ever was as far as development is concerned. And then it's nice to just be a streamer who sucks. Right? Like, I don't have to be good at streaming. I can just kind of do my own thing and that's it. Right? And I kind of enjoy that. I enjoy the break of not having to constantly compete for things. But there are other people who want that competition. They want to see those numbers go up, and I understand that. Numbers going up is always a fun thing. They want that interaction. They want that community there. And I can understand their perspective too. It's just, you know, viewers are fickle. They've always been fickle. And, you know, one day you've got 50 and the next day, you know, you've got 5, right? And it's just like, you can either get really down in the dumps about it, or you can say, all right, what about this is actually giving me, what about this do I find fun? You know? And if the only fun part of it is, you know, the interactions and stuff, and it's the interactions that are lacking, you know, then I understand the desire to walk away from it, you know, when those interactions no longer happen. It sucks to see, but it is what it is. I just kind of wish more people were like, I wish more people could find just the joy of just doing it. You know what I mean? Regardless of whether anybody sees what you've done. But everybody's different, you know? And a ton of fun. Numbers when just 2 came in, talked for a while, was nice. Yeah. No, I get you. I get you, Tech. And, you know, I'm not saying any of that is bad or anything. and I understand that, and I understand the need, for change as well. I guess I guess for me, this is like the nerdy thing, right? Go back to Glimmage. How long ago was that? Yeah, I know. Exactly. Go back to stream one day. Yeah, exactly. I think it's just, I think it's like the nerd in me that kind of like sees this as kind of a nerdy thing to do. And I just kind of enjoy it for the sake of enjoying it. Right? Takes up too much time. Oh yeah, definitely. I understand that too. It does take up quite a lot of time to do the streaming and everything. You know. That I totally get. Especially even like making videos and stuff. Like even that takes a bunch of time and everything. So it's yeah. Yeah, I know. It's just, it's like, it's not me, you know, calling anybody out. This is just me just lamenting that there's been so, like, even on the YouTube side of things, right? I used to be so many people doing Let's Plays and stuff in the same area that I was doing things and doing first impressions in the same areas that I was doing things. And now it's like dropped off a cliff, right? And part of that could just be the algorithm not showing anything new, and part of it is just like even the long timers who've been doing, you know, first impressions videos for very long have slowed down significantly, you know. I've slowed down to almost nothing. Like I've been struggling to get anything out on the YouTube channel at all. I've just been doing live streams constantly, which is part of why I want to do a Just Chatting stream tomorrow, because I want to figure out what first impressions videos I want to do next, and just get a list of things going and get a list of games going that I want to do and all that. But you know, you get sucked into it once you hit the go button for streaming. You have too much fun and don't want to stop. No, I get you. I get you on that. You know, and I mean, I rarely go beyond like 3 to 4 hours on a stream usually. You know, so I'm no one to speak there. I get to a point where I'm like, all right, I've expended all the energy I have. I need to go away now. Plus I also stream late at night, so it's, you know, limited by that too. But even those like 3 hours or something is a lot of fun. You know, crazy amount of fun. But it's just it's yeah. I don't know. I it just sucks to see how many people have sort of hung up their spurs, even if it's just temporarily, because it's, you know, I don't know. Weekend Warriors stream every night all weekend, the same hours used to work. Yep. What's it matter? I know I'm not going any place. Yeah, it's true. It's true. There's a lot of people who are, I mean, there's people who take time off, certainly, but there's a lot of people who are just like, you know what? They just kind of said, all right, I've hit my limit. I'm out. You know, and then you don't see them again, maybe even for years, you know? That's some 20-year-old skinny mini in a bathing suit. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the that's the other part that one of the things I'm seeing especially for the long time Twitch streamers out there that have been doing Twitch for a very long time, gaming streamers, is that they're all spinning up second channels now. Right? Because Twitch has become so focused on numbers and concurrent viewerships, and all the marketers and all the marketing things are becoming focused on concurrent viewership, that literally you've got gaming content creators who are spinning up second channels for gaming, or even for other content that they were doing that wasn't gaming, just so that they could play what they want to play or do what they want to do on that second channel without affecting the concurrent viewership numbers of the primary channel. You know, and on the primary channel, they'll play all the popular stuff, all the really, the stuff that'll bring the numbers in, even stuff that they don't necessarily like to play anymore. And then on the second channel, they get to actually have fun as a streamer again. It's like, it's so effed up. You know what I mean? It's so crazy that that's where we find ourselves. Like, it's just, which is quite literally causing the very people that bring the viewership in, they're causing them to burn the candle at both ends just to and game the system as much as they can, just to make ends meet, and then wondering why the community over there is so negative and fractured and so combative. Why there's always constant drama and everything else. Well, I freaked out a ton of them. It made Kickmod so mad. Well, there were 55 people on Kick. First was, how long will they last doing that? Yeah. No. I get it. Kickmod so mad we were talking. Yeah. I mean, Kick is I mean, we all knew that Kick from the very beginning was just an advertisement for Stake. And finally someone with a following finally came out and said those very same things. The Kick is just an advertisement for Stake. So you're kind of getting what you're getting out of that, And Kick will be, because that's Kick's only goal, they'll be around for quite some time, because they'll just keep throwing money at these streamers, and these streamers will just keep on getting that bag because they're not getting that bag anywhere else. The unfortunate part of that is you've got a lot of smaller streamers who have hitched their buggy to that same site, and they're really not, they're really not thriving. They're really not growing. They're really not expanding. Like a TV ad cost for them, it's making them money. So as long as it does, they keep funding the ads, having Kick streaming it. Mm-hmm. Right, exactly. I mean, it's their marketing way, right? They're basically operating on their marketing budget. And the thing is with that, like, you know, there's going to eventually be a limit, right? Like, we're already seeing that, like, with the partnership program that they rolled out and everything, that most people who didn't get a bag on that platform are never going to meet the requirements for that partnership program, right? It was a sham in the making. But that said, all the top streamers over there, the ones who are actually getting paid as partners on the platform, when their contracts are up, they're definitely going to ask for a hell of a lot more money. And I don't blame them one bit. And every time those contracts are up, Kick's going to have to be putting out more and more and more money to keep those people on the platform. And they're going to find out exactly what Twitch found out, which is at some point they're going to get to a point where they're like, you know what? It's too damn expensive to pay these people. So we're going to tell them that we're not going to pay them anymore. And the minute they do that, you bet your ass those people are not going to be streaming on Twitch or on Kick anymore. They'll be over on Twitch or somewhere else, you know? Because the only reason they're on Kick is because they're getting that kickback, you know? So we go like YouTube, where they stripped many big content payouts for just keeping them there. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And Twitch finally came out and said they're no longer paying anybody. Like, after the contracts that they've signed with streamers are done, that's it. They're no longer renewing any of those contracts. So now you're seeing a ton of Twitch partners streaming on whose contracts are up, you know, streaming on YouTube and other things, right? That's what happens. They're going to go, there is no actual loyalty there. It's just, you know, and more power to them. There shouldn't be loyalty there, right? Like, the idea of being loyal to a platform that at any one moment can change its rules and make it so that you no longer are viable, is kind of crazy to me anyway. So, you know, I could totally see that they're gonna, you know, they got to make ends meet. They're full-time content creators. They've got moderators they have to pay and other things. Like, I could totally see them saying, all right, well, you're not going to pay me, then I'm going to find some alternative, you know? They ran over, try to snag anything they could. Yep. They run search for anything they can get to make money. Yeah, exactly. And it's, I mean, to, you know, and I don't disagree with that either, because honestly, if they're doing this, if this is their full-time job, like any one of us in our full-time job is going to try to get as much money as we can, right? We're all going to, you know, even if we have to shop around for other jobs, we're going to shop around for other jobs, and we're going to try to get whatever we can out of it. So I understand where they're coming from. I understand that they need to do what they need to do to provide for themselves. And if someone is dumb enough to give them $1 million freaking bucks to do what they do, then, you know, hey, fool's born every minute. Take advantage of it, you know? Take that money and put it away and save up for your kids' college tuition or whatever. You know? So I don't blame them. I don't blame the streamers for taking advantage of the opportunities that have been presented themselves. It's just, I wish I wish the the problem that I have is that it has created the downfall of that. The result of all that is that it's created a community that's very, you know, streamers now aren't trying to help each other out. They're trying to compete with each other, and they don't care what techniques they have to go to do it. You know, you saw that even on Twitter, right? With all the changes that have happened, like now that you have a blue check mark, you can monetize pretty much anything. So now you've got a ton of shitty takes coming down the pike because they know that negativity sells and shitty takes sell. And that's all they're looking for. They're looking to make the most acerbic statements they can make, get all that engagement, and just reap all the money from it, whether it's something that they actually believe or not, you know. And because of that, the entire what quality was there of the site has tanked even more, because now it's just the negativity has shot up through the roof, the stupidity has shot up through the roof, the you know, just the crazy, weird, you know, the let's stir the pot takes that we can stir are there, and they're only there, you know, to make money. And all the bots are, you know, like how many bot replies you get now, constant, you know, with ads that aren't marked as ads. They're just bot replies, and they're just completely off the wall. They have nothing at all to do with what's being said, you know. And it's all for that engagement farming. Just one big engagement farm. Nothing of value is being actually said anymore. It's just words it's just a word soup. You know? And then I look over on Blue Sky, and I'm like, oh wow, actual like conversations are happening, and like halfway decent conversations at that. I mean, I don't agree with a lot of them, but you know, they're at least staying civil, you know. Like, okay. It's amazing what, you know, not turning your site into a content farm ends up, how different it is. The differences it causes. What do we got here? User picker. Let's do. And then. Do they have this? And then we gotta give it. Oh, speaking of that, I have to take a biology break, my friends. Oh, my old man bladder is kicking in. I will be right back in a few minutes. I'm going to take the opportunity to stretch as well, because I'm also hurt in that regard. So please for you to enjoy the music, and I will be right back, my friend. Hang tight. Okay, I'm back, my friends. Get this rolling here. Thanks for hanging on, everybody. Can't wait until after the Vegas trip. I may change up my job. I have to wait and see what happens to the new law for 32-hour work week. Ooh, I did not hear about this thing. Is that is that a state law for 32-hour work week? Is that would be lovely. Or is that a federal thing? Oh, it's a federal, really? Nice. I have not heard anything about it. I'm going to guess that salaried people aren't qualified for it, though, right? Pass the first stage 100% yes. I remember years ago, they were going to do something where they're going to try to put labor laws in around people who are salaried to say, like, after a certain number of hours in the week, you have to have additional compensation or something. And that failed. It would change from 40-hour to 32-hour at the main workforce. Okay. I mean, I think one of the big problems that I think is I'm going to say causing a lot of things, but I think it's a catalyst to a lot of the problems that we're seeing. I was talking about this a little bit last night too, is that the amount of hours that jobs are requiring people to work now has gone to the point where you have no time for the things that you would take care of normally, right? So, like, for instance, I was talking in the context of, like, elderly, right? Like, you're taking care of an elderly family member or something like that, right? And you don't have money to pay for, like, a nurse or someone to stay there during the day and kind of keep an eye on them and stuff like that. It's nearly impossible to do that now without sending them to a facility, you know, because everybody's got to work so many hours, and work requires you to be working for so long, you know, that you can't, there is no time in the day for anything else, you know. Make all places have an 8-hour main shift or pay time and a half for over 8 and over 10 hours would be double time if you hit over 32 hours in a week. It's time and a half, and over 45 or whatever it would be to double time. Okay. Okay. Yeah. But again, is that just hourly workers, or is that salaried? Bernie Sanders of all people. It doesn't surprise me, honestly, that Bernie Sanders would put something like that in there. Because if nothing else, he does seem to want to shake up the status quo, whether for good or ill. I'll leave that up to others to determine. But he always did strike me as someone who just wants to, like, try something different, you know? Not sure. The wording of it is complex. It sounds like it would cover all. Okay, gotcha. Because like I said, years ago they tried to do something, and I don't know if it was federal or if it was just PA state thing, where they tried to wrangle in the number of hours of a salaried worker, because they realized that a lot of people were getting low salaries but putting in like 60 to 70 hour weeks and not getting any compensation to match it. Blanket law that sounds like it would even cover people that drive and more. Hey, even better. Because driving's part of it, right? Even covered hospital workers. That's good too. Because driving is part of that too. Like, that's the thing that gets me with the whole return to work stuff, right? It's like, you have an entire workforce that proved that it could not only still be productive at home, but happier at home. Now you're going to force them all, because of real estate costs, you're going to force them all back to work. They're all going to lose, probably an hour of their time each day, depending on how much of their commute they have to do. An hour or more, really. And, you're not compensating them for any of that. You're not compensating them for the gas that they're using, or any of that stuff. And what's even funnier about it is that they closed our office, and we're in a satellite office in my day job. So we're not the main headquarters. We were in a satellite office. They closed our entire satellite office, made us all be work from home permanent. And on top of that, they give us a stipend every paycheck. I think it's like $30 or something to cover any office equipment we might need, since we're working from our homes now. And I'm like, where was this stipend to cover all the gas that we use? Where was this stipend to cover the mileage that it took and the hours it took to come to and from work when we were in work? Now I'm working from home and I'm getting like $32 extra every paycheck to cover, any kind of office supplies or anything I might need, or internet access or whatever the case might be. I'm like, it's so backwards. I'm not complaining, but it's so backwards, right? It's like, shouldn't it be the other way around? Want one that lets me right off my drive-in and home to work. Oh, I hear you, man. I hear you. I mean, when I was living in the city, in Philly, I often had to drive an hour one way to work. I spent years driving basically 2 hours a day, 1 hour to work, 1 hour back home from work. So I totally get that. I'm like, hey, pay people for their commute, do something, It sounds like me, but I live way out. Yeah. Now I was, so the weird thing about Philly is that there are tech companies, in Center City, but for the most part, so Philly is kind of a sprawling, city. So you've got Center City, and then you've got, the northeast section, and you got West Philly and all that stuff. And they're all like pretty large, sections. Yeah, you've been through it. Yeah. So I was in the northeast, I was living in northeast Philly, and did drive truck 26 years. Oh yeah. I didn't know if you had ever driven through Philly. But it's like, it's funny to try to explain it, because it's like the Northeast was like a city under its own. Northeast Philly is like a city under its own. Like, people who live there rarely go anywhere into Center City or anything like that, unless you've got jury duty. That's about the only time you enter Center City at all, right? So for me, when I got jobs, I always wanted to get some. I didn't want to go down to Center City. I wanted to get jobs like outside the city, so I didn't have to. So that I would pay the lower portion of city wage tax, because if you lived in the city, you paid a certain amount. But if you worked outside the city, it was a lesser amount or something like that, But I always tried to find things that were outside the city. And most of that time was spent just winding my way out, doing that basically doing the reverse commute as the initial commute, winding your way out of the city to get to a place and then coming right back in through the straightest way you could, So Canada, South of Mexico, California, Alaska. Okay, so you've been all over. That's fantastic. You've seen all the stuff. You know, back before 9/11, after it all changed. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I get it. Yeah, I mean, so it gets like the corridors are kind of interesting, your license was before 9/11, your passport. Yeah. Well, and I had something similar. We, the first job that I worked at, in 2003, we all went on a cruise. They took the entire company on a cruise, and all I had to do was have my birth certificate, and that was all I needed for the port of call, because we went to Bahamas and came back, and that's all they needed. And nowadays, I think you need, I don't know if it's changed, but I think you need an actual passport now, just even for that portion. Going to the Bahamas and back. But what was funny about about the cruise ship, though, there's a lot of funny things, but one of the funniest things was I had a little clock, and in retrospect, it was just like a wind-up clock. Well, it was battery powered, but it had had hands on it. It wasn't a digital clock, right? And in retrospect, I didn't realize it until afterwards, but it kind of looked like a clock that you would see on a bomb in a movie, in Hollywood. It never dawned on me until this happened. But I went through, I got on a plane and everything else, and got to the ship, and then, packed my luggage, went through the ship and everything. And then I got to my room, my cabin, and I opened up the luggage. Now, I had opened it up before I had went on the ship, so I knew, it hadn't been opened or even looked at. But when I got on the ship, I was like, oh, this looks like someone's been in it. So I go and I open it up, and someone had looked at the clock and had played with the hands on it and moved the hands around to make sure it was an actual clock and not a bomb. And I was thinking to myself, does that really make sense? I mean, if you thought it was a bomb and you started playing with the hands, wouldn't that be a bad thing? Like, wouldn't you do the opposite? Wouldn't you not play with it at all? Would you come and get a bomb disposal guy and just remove it entirely from the boat? You know what I mean? But that was funny. That's how I knew somebody, because the zipper on my luggage was open a little bit. I was like, oh, someone's been in here. And I looked, and that was the first thing I saw on top was that little clock. And that's when it dawned on me. I was like, oh yeah, this clock does kind of look like something that would be part of a timer system on a bomb or something. Back in the day, I used to carry tools, my knife and my multi-tool on planes all the time. Even your Zippo was no issue. Yeah, no, exactly. Used to check in tools for work. I mean, it's fun. I mean, even after 9/11, there's been a lot of changes. I remember, I was still able to go on a plane without taking my shoes off at the security thing. And then the last time I had to go on a plane, it was just a short jump from Pennsylvania down to North Carolina, and this was 9 years ago or something, was the first time I had to I went up to the security and they're like, yeah, you gotta take your shoes off. Really? Yeah, you gotta take your shoes off. So even that was a something different to me. Yeah. Just lower the security. None of it works. If it did, then why in the end do they pat you down? Yeah, exactly. I agree that it's all theater. You know, it's theater and it's a jobs program. I mean, yeah, what can I don't think they're not really catching. Anybody who has half a brain is going to figure out ways to get around those measures that they've put in place. It's just that it's what they hit upon was that there's enough naive people that they'll catch all these, people with like clippers and stuff and people who don't read and all that stuff. And they'll catch enough of them to justify their existence, even though when it comes to an actual attack, somebody will figure ways around all that. They'll be sophisticated enough to no security measures are going to stop them, right? Beyond a psychological evaluation from 30 meters, right? But that's the thing, right? They can just quote all these numbers about all these things that they found, and in reality, they found things on people who are just incredibly naive and just think that the rules don't apply to themselves or something to that effect, or they just don't bother to read the rules and they're just like, yeah, whatever, we'll just roll the dice, so. The worst part of that was when after I got through security, there was I was sitting down on the bench putting my shoes back on, and there was a woman going through security right at that point with a baby in a stroller, and something happened. I don't know what, because I had my back to it, but all I hear is a scream and a loud thump as a baby's head hits the floor. And I thought, oh boy, this is gonna be a thing. And then the scene started, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna walk away from all this stuff. I'm not even gonna look. I'm just gonna keep on going. I'm already through the security. I'm just gonna not be here for what's about to happen. Yeah, I do not know. We've got Ajax, Euro, Jad. So here's the tricky part here. I need this URL to be passed in. So what we gotta do, put that up here somewhere. So I'm gonna say data URL this. I'm gonna do it as a URL and say colors. Ooh, not that. Slash dashboard. Dashboard? No, I think make a generic thing. User picker. User picker. Show follower. For It's funny the things that they should not allow on, they do. Take a handheld PC. Items that used to have Wi-Fi mobile. Never looked at it. I could do so much. I proved it once on a long fight. By person, how easy it could be get onto playing controls and electronics to slide with one click. Easy to pick up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, again, it takes, if you're more sophisticated than the mean average of people, then the security is not going to, you're going to find a way, right? Like, it takes a tiny bit of sophistication beyond the low ball, right? Time I was on a plane, it was still like that. Well, sure. I mean, hell, most of our planes were built in the 70s, right? And they're still in use. Multi-band cell phone, you could open it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do not doubt it one bit. Not one bit. Wow, not even fixed. I mean, just look at cars, right? Like, there was an article in Ars Technica like 5 years ago where they showed a guy hacking into the main systems of a I want to say it was like a Chevy or something, and he was able to just from the side of the road, he was able to hack into the car while it was driving and turn the engine off, right? So now all of a sudden you've lost your power steering, you've lost your you know, power brakes and or your ABS and all that stuff, and you're going down the road at 50 miles an hour, right? And everything just shuts off on you. I can almost guarantee that none of that's ever been fixed. It's probably still exactly the same problem in every car since then, you know? You helped the group get them ideas on to do just that, and he later was able to do it to Ford, Chevy, and more. Yeah, exactly. Like once you get into their main, onto the main bus or whatever they call it, I forget what the name of it was. Once you get onto that, all the systems are wide open, right? You can mess with anything. You can tweak anything. You can mess with anything. It's not even really, there's no encryption or security on those things. There's no access control list. It's just, you have access to everything at that point. And what bothers me more about that is I don't know that the newest like smart cars have done anything about that, right? Like now you're starting to get AI assisted driving and AI assists and stuff. And you're starting to look at these cars that, you know, like Teslas and stuff that can potentially do self-driving. And if all that basic security stuff hasn't been taken care of, like that is just an assassination waiting to happen, right? Like, you know, people now have full control over the car. Whereas before, at least, you know, they could shut the car off, but they couldn't like control the direction or the speed or anything like that, usually, you know, because that was still a required manual input. But now, and especially with the Tesla, like I think the Cybertruck has a drive-by-wire system right? So you don't, your steering wheel is not even connected directly to the tires. It's going through electronically controlled. So holy crap, man. You pop like 10 cars trunks while they were going 65 miles per hour. And all 4 ways to show what one's you control. Now I can almost drive with no one in it to where they want it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's going to be a big thing if they haven't started to beef up the security in those systems. You know? Or even for that matter, the safety in those systems. Because I think there was already an article of someone had a Cybertruck and the drive-by-wire system failed. But it didn't fail in a safe way. It failed in a catastrophically bad way. You know? And it's just crazy. Bet one could do that now, remote control to a location and no one in it. I don't doubt it, especially given how wide open those systems were just 5 years ago, you know? I don't doubt it at all. URL, our query. I think this is all I need here. So the search will be query just be S Rams term ID or LID LID ooh. Or URL I did this wrong. User picker. User picker. Data. And params term that comes. Params. What is that? Bus parameter. No input length. I definitely want to put a minimum input length on there. Oh, I see. So these are what it understands. Q type. Okay, so that's where that comes from. Input length. Copy that to my board here. Yeah. Input length is 3. And then I think there's a delay too. More, finish more. Yeah, just delay there. Input length, delay, placeholder is another one. Input length, delay, 100 milliseconds. And then, placeholder. I guess I don't. So a mention of data parameters here. Does they come in as params? It said data. Just request option. Yeah, okay. Source. Inject data. Result. Oh, I guess not. Okay. I thought I had mentioned something about it, but anyway, Facebook data. Have that. Oh, I forgot to actually go here to well. Have that set up. Dash roles JS. I just need to pull that in. Content fragment. Script. Site. Script. Over. this would be across new. Try to do the same way. Oh, I actually added at the, okay, that's fine. Yeah. I'm not going to add it to the page itself. Add it in the controller. I thought I did, but I just wanted to be sure. Okay, so we have that. Then I need to change these. This would be, for, moderator, text role, moderator, or 8 sword. Moderator, moderator, false. Steve. Button. Roll. Save new. Like that. This. And 8. Boom. Do. Oops. Editor. I think I spelled that right. Editor. Editor. Just that and properties. Sure. Roll. Save new. New. I'll just say. Button rolls, save new. Roll, update roll. Did I put one in for that? I did. Okay, we just need to get a controller in here, and I think I'm gonna break the controller out and put do it in a different controller than in the dashboard controller. but have the same pathway. So new class, dashboard, roll, manage, roll, folder, front end controller. And he's over here. Final logger. There is 3 dashboard. Controller class. Boom. Private, what's the name of that service I made? Panel roles. Roll service. No. Public string. And then this would be the navigation. Manage role. Yeah. Get mapping roles. Go. Where's the which one do it here? I'll just make everything titled dashboard for now. I think that's fine. Now, alright, add this, add page model, do I know where this is relative to? Yes, dash blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yes. Dashboard. Manage roles. Go, and then I want to grab all the existing roles. I'm gonna need a model. Put all this stuff into because it. What I'm gonna do is it. I have additional things I need, so let's do. Let us for a new class. Channel roll model. Then channel roll. So I needed to add something to it. Let me see what it is here. Roll. Oh shit, yeah, it's gonna be not really, yeah, I shouldn't extend. I don't need it to extend it. I need to just have a list of the roles. And really, that's it. I just need to have a list of roles. So this does not channel role, but it will implement serializable. Private list channel role channel role. I call it that. Yeah, why not? Getters and setters. All right, and then over here. Try channel roll. Channel roll service dot oh, I didn't actually give myself a way to see all of them, did I? Well, whoopsie. We'll have to add that. Able to retrieve list channel roles for channel E. Channel ID is just the user who's logged in right now, so string channel ID equals get their ID. Whew. Right. That for a second. We gotta go to channel role PAO. Channel roles, insert new role, get user roles channel. Right, We need to get all roles per channel. I need private, static, idle, ring, get role. Cool. Select and test channel roles. It's basically the same as this, right? Yeah, it's actually the same query as this step. Except we don't look at target user channel ID. But we still make sure that the target user and everything is not banned and all that. Formatted, string utils, join columns. I'm jumping to some star system. Cool. All right, Tech. Well, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I got to get back to Star Citizen at some point too. That's one of the reasons why tomorrow I want to do a Just Chatting stream where I go through my list of games and try to figure out when I'm going to be back to things, because there's a lot going on. So, yeah, I hear you on that. So have fun. Have fun. Oh, thanks for the you have verified counts only. The wife won't do that with herself. She can't talk. Well, it's no, so it's not quite. I have it's verified accounts only, but it's also accounts that are greater than 2 weeks old or something. So it's like you don't have to put your cell phone number in if your account is older than a certain number of weeks. Let me look it up. Let me tell you right now, because I've had complaints about that, but it's really just to stop the bots. And let me just see what my settings are here. Settings. Moderation. Oh, so here it is. So I have some chatters must have a verified phone number. Chatters without a verified phone number must have accounts older than 1 month, and chatters without a verified phone number must have followed for more than 10 minutes. So once you follow more than 10 minutes and your account is older than 1 month, then you can chat okay. Yeah. So that's all it is. I tried to make it as reasonable as I could. It was just to kind of, I was just tired of those freaking, like, the porn bots that would just show up and start spamming the hell out of you constantly. So yeah, you just have to be following for at least 10 minutes. And your account has to be older than 1 month. And then you don't need to do phone verification. Yeah. And then everybody has to have a verified email. That's what I have it set. Yeah. She gets that hit all the time. She most times just walks away, annoyed with it all. Yeah, I've gotten people annoyed by it, but it's like the problem is that Twitch doesn't tell you that you only have to sit there for, like, Twitch should give you a timer for 10 minutes and be like, you can speak in 10 minutes kind of thing, you know, and they don't do that. And so people assume that I'm requiring you to have a verified phone number, which is not really the case. I don't like the idea of people putting their phone number on Twitch anyway. But I tried to be as reasonable as I could while keeping the bots away, you know? Why isn't email enough with an older account? Because a lot of these bots are coming from accounts that they've purchased, right? That have a lot of these bots, because the email verification thing is really terrible on Twitch. Like, it doesn't actually, it's so easy to get email verified that it doesn't stop the bot. The only way I've found to do it is the only way I've found to really do it, and I still get a few bots here and there. The only way I've really found to do it is to require that phone verification or with the escape hatch there, you know. He's had it for years now too. Yeah, I tried to be as reasonable as I could with it. It was just you know, but I get it. A lot of people immediately jump to the conclusion that I need you to verify your phone number, which I don't want. I don't want anybody to put their phone number on Twitch. But that's what it shows on the screen. It says, "Oh, verify phone number required." It's like, not exactly. You know, not exactly. So I apologize. It was really just to keep the low effort bots away. I was getting a ton of them. Like I was getting the follow bots on Twitch. Like we were, you know, like how we were getting the follow bots on Kick constantly. I was getting those on Twitch constantly, where they were showing up like 50 of them following at once and everything. And then they, you know, it's just like trying to clean all that out and crap. It was just becoming annoying. So that's why I put those there. Yeah, because like the chat stuff too. Because there were people who were just requiring, like, I think followers only chat and stuff like that. And I was like, I don't want to do that necessarily, but I kind of have that on, kind of, sort of, you know. Like, it must be following the chat and all that. But that's just because that's the only options they gave me, you know. Hey, Varuna, welcome. You're here to spread the word of our Lord and Savior Rust. How's it going? How's it going, Varuna? It's going good for me. I'm moving along at a slow pace, but I'm doing it, you know. No complaints on my end. One of these days I will learn Rust. I don't know if I'll like it, but I'll at least try to learn it. Great, our deploy didn't catch on fire, so I'm not working. Oh, nice. Nice. That's always a good feeling when it's like the build succeeds and you're like, oh, good. I'm off the hook now for a little bit. I'm off the hook until QA wakes up. I get that. I get that feeling all too well. This. Channel roll. Yeah. All the roll. All roll. For channel. E. So, purge EC template. Query. roles for channel. New channel role mapper. And then all I have to do is give it the channel ID. Put it there, and then that on the service. All roles per channel. Nope. Whoops. Now I can bring that up into the dashboard. Here we go. Channel roles. Do it. All roles for channel. Good. Channel roles. I didn't need the model for that. Why do I think well, I need a model for wait a minute. Confused now. I needed a model for this form up here. Channel role model. I can just give it an empty channel role thing. Yeah, so I don't need a model then. I can get rid of it. At least not right now anyway. Channel roles, so then I'll just do model add dude. What did I call it here? Channel role. Model add attribute. Channel role. Model view. Channel role. Right. Role. Okay. Yep. And I think we're good there. Return dashboard, manage role, plural, manage roles, plural. Okay. That'll get me the main page, and then I want a I need a add new role, which will take kind of roll in as a object there. So new role. Public bring Add new role. Model, attributes, panel, role model. Be about there. Oh, what did I name this thing here? User picker. Oh, this needs to have. Can I do a name? I could do a name attribute on this, I think. Because this has to be. Yeah, so name would be. Actually, no. What? Don't we have something that manages the name? Yeah, TH field. That would be star. Is this by chance open source? Yes. Gotta go get some dinner. Okay, Outlaw. Thanks for the lurk. I'm only going to be going for probably another 15 minutes, and then I'm going to take a break, and then I'll be back at 10 with Shin and Ray and Overlord Cornut, and I think we're going to play some Stardew Valley 1.6 tonight. So, I'm going to try to wrap up what I can here, and we'll see. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. So I want this to get target user. That handle itself there, maybe, possibly. We'll see in a minute here when I start putting things together. Huge middle. Layout. Dashboard. Page test. Dashboard. Roles. Yes. Okay. So channel ID get request. So role model dot set channel ID there and MP. Did forget to put a here add message request next error error I think is what I call it. I think where's my mistake? Okay, text error system. Yep. So model, add new role, channel ID. Exception. Term next error, error there. Turn board, manage roles. All right, and then here we say plans test is channel role service dot update or insert channel role if not this longer error, able to add new role to channel ID whatever. And the channel ID error message error role oh, fixed error, I guess error that one. That's just really shouldn't at all, honestly. All right, and else, add test message, next test, role, channel role added. That in our messages file here. No. Added. And then regardless, I'd want to do so if the role was added, then well, here we do model, add, attribute, channel role model would be just the role model that already there was an error. Otherwise, channel role model will be a clean one. New channel role. Boom. And then we need to rerun the query to get this stuff. Role. There. And be good. That I need now put Post mapping is add new role. Is that what I called it? Add new role. And then I need a support class for the user picker. Actually, I'm going to have a controller that's just for that. So user picker just followers. Because that'll be a generic user picker that I can use a lot of different spots. User role. Remove user roles. Did I put a thing in it for that? I did. Yes, I did. Okay. Want to make sure. Do this one right now. Remove user roles. Since we're in this controller at the moment, I'll come back to the other one. Oh, this is a oh, right. Yeah, that's close. Remove user roles. West model, and then I don't need the channel ID. I just need the. Oh, I do have the user ID. Okay. Bring user the param name ID required true. Is the name of this here? Remove user roles. Bing. Let's getting here, and then we want to try Williams best cool role service. Do it. Didn't actually give myself a remove, did I? I did. We do that real fast here. Go. State roles. So they public boolean remove role. Move user role. Channel the string. And equals delete from channel roles where channel ID equals question mark ID and target user ID. Result or expected is template update tool and channel ID user turn rows expected turn 0 boom, make this transactional. Okay, move user roles, and then in the service here, suppose that public boolean remove user role for channel, bring channel ID, bring user key, turn channel role to move role. Boom. Here they remove user roles channel ID, user ID. If not this, then augur error unable to remove user roles for user ID from channel ID exception. I should just ping the old habits. What that is. User from channel. Format it, and that's user ID channel. Oh, does that not bring back a? Oh, it brings back. Right. Yeah, brings it. Add error message request error from error else add test message request next test role roles removed. Here. Moved. Okay. Exception. Longer error. Unable to remove user roles. That ask for channel. That ask. Oh, I know what's going on here. I didn't even need to do this. Oops. There's no exception there. I'm like, wait, why do I have two of them? Oh, that's why. I was jumping ahead of the curve here. Error message. First. Error. Dashboard. Manage role. Actually, return direct. Am I gonna redirect it? I don't have an easy way of getting the actual URL. Yeah, files. Oh, right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's not. Uh, manage. User ID coming in. It does that stuff. I don't even need to do. I don't need to do page title or layout or anything because I'm just redirecting at the end of it. So we'll just do this channel ID. Just did just what it needs to do. Boom, 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 boom. The Mike Tyson's punch out. And boom, 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 boom. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Front end folder. Alright, let's add a oh my user pick. User picker controller. Best mapping. User picker. Final logger. Her factory. Her controller. Yes. Yeah, just to clarify from the yes I said earlier, this project is open source. Go on GitHub. It is. Just look under Memory Leak Death, and then X is the name of the project. So I have been keeping that up there. There's some some information on prerequisites you need if you want to do like a local deployment, and then how to do an initial setup for a Docker local deployment, like what I have going. And then there's also how to do it for non-Docker if you don't want to use a Docker deployment. All the things you'll need. So most of these are still true. I think there's an additional. I did add an additional property that's not up on here that I'll have to fix. And that's the new one I added for the upload directory. So I have to update that documentation a little bit there. But otherwise it should hopefully work. And then you don't need, as I said, optional. I have a Greenmail GUI project as well that you can bring down, and there's a Docker. It's Dockerized as well if you want to use that. And that's just to I'm using Greenmail to do email testing. What it does is it acts like an email inbox, really like an email server, and you can point the hex server to Greenmail GUI, and it will just put like a very simple GUI there that will allow you to see like emails as they've come in and what they look like and all that stuff. So extremely simple GUI. I didn't put a whole lot of effort into it. It could use some more effort put into it, but it was the only one it was the only one out there. There was one out there that someone else had written for Greenmail, but it was for an older version of Greenmail and they hadn't updated it yet for the newest version. So that's why I just kind of slapped my own together for it. So this has it goes to suggest followers. I'm gonna want a definitely gonna want a service class here. So yeah, I'm gonna need to do that. All right, well, we're not going to get to actually testing the UI then today, because I need to do some stuff here. I want to get a service layer going here, and I want to be able to pull back all the followers and stuff. I mean, we're almost there. It's just we're not there with the user picker. The next thing. So yeah, I don't even want to test it until I have that in place, just for the sake of argument. So all right, well, this is where we'll hold it for right now. I won't commit any of this stuff just yet, because it's we're not quite there yet, but we're getting there, and I don't even know if the build's going to succeed at the moment either. I think it will, but you know, we'll see. But I'm going to stop here just because I want to have a little bit of a break and maybe a tiny little snack before 10 when I come back and do some gaming with friends. So let's just kind of wrap this right now while we're here. As I've mentioned, tomorrow afternoon, I believe, I am going to do a just chatting stream and try to go through and make up some lists and try to figure out things about like what chatbot's going to be as far as like the design and stuff, if I can just figure that out a little bit here and there. From a design perspective, but mostly it's going to be me just trying to go through my library of games and try to figure out what games I'm going to play next and what videos I'm going to do for first impressions and things of that nature, or things I'm going to look at for first impressions, and just kind of stuff like that, and just some general chatting. I don't know how long the stream will be. It'll just be kind of me just doing my thing for as long as I need to, and then that'll be that. It might even turn into a game stream. I don't know. It really depends on what I feel like and what I'm up to with all that. So, anyway, my friends, that will do it for me for right now. Like I said, I'll be back in about an hour and 15 minutes, and we'll be playing some Stardew Valley, I believe, with Shin and Overlord, Cornut, and Greywalker. So we on for that, and let me see if there is anyone on live space that I can send you guys to in the meantime whilst we wait. Let's one's there. Gaming. What we got going on here? Anyone I know? I'll send you over to Kel, who's playing 7 Days to Die right now. You can go over and take a look and say hi and all those things, hopefully. Link is coming into the chat right now. Yeah, that will do it for me for right now, my friends. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. And hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, goodbye.
Space!